participate. However, it's more of a distraction.
In addition to what my teammate just said, pop-ups from. In addition to what my teammate just said.
Next question, please.
In a world where digital landscape is key to career success, should we be teaching students how to use? Should we not be teaching students how to use social media effectively instead of simply labeling it as a distraction?
My opponents, come on. In our 2022, in our 2021st century, these students, even if we teach them about these platforms, they're still going to use it because they're rather use platform that can have a fun or experience with great time than for educational purposes.
How would you propose restricting social media when it's increasingly integrated into many educational technologies and learning management systems?
Could you repeat?
How would you propose restricting social media when it's increasingly integrated into many educational technologies and learning management systems?
And again, my opponents, as we said, we don't want to restrict it. All they're saying is that we need to use better platforms that cannot create a space for a distraction or a liability for education.
How do you propose students build important 21st century skills like collaboration and communication if you remove a primary medium through which they engage in those activities?
They can communicate at school through face-to-face interactions.
Okay. How would you address the fact that banning or limiting social media?
Thank you, that's it, thank you.
Now move on to C for high school. We're given 5 minutes to pose their questions. So happy to go high.
You say social media is a tool for educational development. Why is there research such as the American Psychological Association findings showing that students who use social media frequently tend to have lower academic performance?
And it comes right back to having a schedule and time management. Students that don't prioritize time management tend to overuse social media and use it for the wrong purpose because they're not educated on the various uses.
Can you provide any empirical evidence showing that students who regularly use social media for educational purposes have better time management skills or higher academic success compared to those who don't?
Yes, so studies show that students use social media platforms such as YouTube, LinkedIn, and educational pages on social media for tutorials. Professional development and collaborative study groups platforms like Google Classroom also integrate social media elements providing their educational value. To add to what my team extent, students that use social media because they're so used to using social media, it's easier for social media to teach them because it goes more in depth into stuff they've already learned.
Thank you, next question.
How do you address the negative effects of social and mental health? And it served as dropping my academical levels, but social media played a critical role by making me connecting with other people that are going through things that I'm going through. And I can stand firmly today to say that because of social media, my academical levels has risen.
While there is educational content on social media, the majority of popular content is entertainment based. How do you propose students strike a balance between consuming educational material and avoiding the distractions of entertainment content?
By using blockers, notification blockers on your phone that you can install into certain apps so that when you're doing your study time, you don't get notification pop-ups from other apps that you know will distract you. Or putting your phone on DND. Do not disturb.
Social media platforms use algorithms designed to keep users engaged for as long as possible. In your view, how does this algorithm structure enhance and detract from the platform's effectiveness of educational tools?
While it is true that social media does use an algorithm to keep students tracked for a long period of time, it also breaks down the time management as we've been stating. It's up to personal discipline. I myself have disciplined myself that after an hour of social media, I will go and study for the next hour. It's up to the individual themselves to decide if they want to come off or not.
Alright. Given that internet access in parts of the Caribbean, including rural Jamaica, can be limited or expensive, how can you urge that social media is a viable tool for education when many students may have reliable access to these platforms in the first place? Not have reliable access to these platforms in the first place.
The government has stopped the distribution of rental books, but instead are distributing technological devices for those who are in need of it and don't have and give computers to communities.
So my opponents, would you say that in our 21st century, these students would, let me say, listen to you if you teach them or guide them on the path of making social media of educational purposes rather than enjoyable experience?
It starts with at home with the parents. The parents have to implement that into the child's life. So from an early age, they know that study is a very important thing that they must do to get a proper education and get what they need for the future.
A round of applause for the cross-examination section. Wonderfully done by our team members from Seaforth High School and also from Happy Grove High School. We will now give them a minute to regain their thoughts and composure before we welcome the replying speakers. And just to remind you, in case you forget, it is, that's right, it is Paul Bogle Day. And we are coming live from Paul Bogle Square in St. Thomas. And this is the Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate Competition, the fourth staging of this competition that is conceptualized and organized by the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation in partnership with the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment, J Limited. And for reply speakers, we will first hear from Happy Grove High School, the opposition team, and the reply speaker from Happy Grove High School is Timoya Lowe, and she'll be followed by Miss Christina of Seaforth High School. Please make Timoya welcome.
Madam Speaker, the government, judges, worthy opponents, and fellow Jamaicans, good morning. Isn't it ironic that the very platforms being labeled as distractions or where students are embracing the societal benefits such as forming study groups, discussing current events, and even launching educational initiatives that reach thousands of peers? Are we to ban everything that could potentially divert attention? Should we eliminate music, television, sports, all of which have similar effects when not properly managed? In summary, the opposition has provided irrefutable evidence that social media is not just a tool for distraction, but a tool for educational development when properly managed. Our opponents have spent too much time demonizing social media without offering any real solutions. They focus on the negatives without acknowledging that any tool, if misused, can have detrimental effects. But to throw out social media altogether is to ignore the tremendous benefits it offers. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, social media played a critical role in keeping students connected to their teachers and peers. Platforms like WhatsApp, Zoom, Google Classroom, YouTube, and Facebook were lifelines for education when physical classrooms were no longer an option. If social media were merely a distraction, would we have seen such widespread adoption of these platforms in education? The answer is no. Madam Speaker, our opponents claim that social media diminishes deep learning and encourages surface-level engagement. But they fail to recognize that the issue lies in how students are taught to use these platforms. Social media, like any educational tool, requires guidance, structure, and purpose. We should not be dismissing it. We should be teaching students how to leverage it for deeper learning, for collaboration with peers globally, and for accessing resources that are otherwise unavailable. The human brain is adaptable, and with intentional practices, we can create healthy boundaries that prevent digital tools from negatively impacting our well-being. In addition, the proposition argues that social media spreads misinformation and that students struggle to distinguish between credible sources and misleading content. While it is true that misinformation exists on social media, this argument fails to consider how social media can actually enhance critical thinking and provide opportunities for students to develop media literacy skills. Social media offers a real-world environment where students can practice discerning credible sources from unreliable ones. Through exposure to both accurate and misleading content, students can learn to critically evaluate the credibility of sources. Many educational programs, organizations, and influencers on platforms like YouTube, LinkedIn, and Twitter provide valuable content on how to verify information, conduct fact-checking, and recognize bias or false reports. Instead of being passive consumers, students become active participants in identifying credible information. They develop essential media literacy skills that are vital in today's digital age. Schools can further support this by incorporating media literacy education into their curriculum, teaching students how to research, cross-reference, and evaluate sources critically. In conclusion, social media has fostered connections between students and real-world professionals, offering mentorship and insights that simply cannot be replicated within the confines of a traditional classroom. From joining global conversations to launching educational initiatives, students are using these platforms to build networks, learn from experts, and collaborate in ways that were previously unimaginable. Madam Speaker, let us not forget the societal benefits of social media in education. It has democratized access to knowledge, giving students from rural areas in Jamaica the same opportunities to learn and grow as those in urban centers. It has allowed students to connect with mentors, join global conversations, and gain exposure to diverse viewpoints. Social media has the potential to break down barriers of education, not build them up. To close, we, the opposition, have shown that social media is a vital tool for educational development when used appropriately. The real issue lies not in the platforms themselves, but in the lack of adequate instruction on how to use them and deeper societal issues. Let us not be regressive in our thinking. Let us embrace the future and equip our youth with the tools they need to succeed in a digitally connected world. The future of education in Jamaica depends on it. The choice is yours. Both side opposition, I thank you. But before I go, I would like to share, I myself had CXC English exams, and social media helped me to get a grade 3. My opponents have stated that social media has knowledge far beyond textbooks. My opponents, let's not ignore the fact that the motion said social media is more of a distraction. Even if social media have more information than textbooks or not, because not all information on social media is true or accurate. My opponents have stated that social media time management is not an issue and it does not help. Ladies and gentlemen, social media is like a vortex that pulls students to let them continue to scroll mindlessly. My opponents, or 21st century students, don't use ad blockers because they want to stay in tune with entertainment platforms such as TikTok and Instagram. We're not saying that social media can't be of educational purposes. What we're saying is that it's more of a distraction than it is of educational purposes. Madam Chairman, esteemed judges, ladies and gentlemen, fellow debaters and worthy opponents, good morning. Today, I stand before you to argue in favor of the motion. This House believes that social media is more of a distraction than a tool for educational development. Social media, while a revolutionary platform for communication and information sharing, has increasingly become a source of distraction for students. The constant notifications, the allure of endless scrolling, and the pressure to maintain an online presence can significantly distract from a student's focus on their studies. Research has shown that students who frequently use social media during study sessions have lower academic performance compared to those who do not. My opponents may argue that social media provides access to educational resources and collaborative opportunities. However, the reality is that the vast majority of time spent on these platforms is not dedicated to educational pursuits. Instead, students are often drawn into the vortex, right, of entertainment, gossip, and superficial interactions which do little to enhance their academic growth. Furthermore, the addictive nature of social media can lead to procrastination, reducing the time available for meaningful learning experiences. The constant need to check updates and engage with content can fragment a student's attention, making it difficult to concentrate on complex tasks or absorb new information effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, while my opponents have alluded to social media having the potential to be a tool for educational development, its current usage patterns among students suggest otherwise. It is more of a distraction, pulling students away from their academic responsibilities and hindering their educational progress. In conclusion, we must acknowledge the impact of social media on students' ability to focus and learn. It is imperative that we guide students toward more productive uses of their time and encourage them to prioritize their education over the fleeting distraction of social media. I thank you.
Another round of applause, please, for our debaters. That concludes our first match of the day, featuring Seaforth High School in propositions. in opposition. And now the panel of adjudicators, 5 adjudicators, will deliberate to decide on the 3rd and 4th place winners of the 4th staging of the Paul Bogle and Warriors Game Competition. Allow me to remind you who are the judges. Najani Stewart, Communications and Technology Manager at the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment. Matthew White, who is the Tertiary Gold Cup representative from the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment. And may I also say that these 2 gentlemen representing J are also judges and participants of the National Burger King Debate Competition, as well as the government-funded Jamaica Civil Service Association Debating Competition. They are assisted by the Revenue Manager of Freshwater, Ricardo Skiles, David and Lindo, Branch Sales Representative, of First Heritage Property Credit Union that has a branch in Marble, St. Thomas. And Director at the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation, Mrs. Janet Harrison Cosby. Those are our 5 panel of adjudicators who will decide on the team that brought the best points of information in content, style, and strategy. And now, while we await the results, we will be reading the proclamation that was granted by the Governor General of Jamaica declaring October 11 as Paul Bogle Day. So please welcome student representatives from Happy Grove High School, Seaforth High School, and Morant Bay High School, who will be reading the proclamation that was given by Governor General Sir Patrick Allen.
A proclamation for Paul Bogle Day by His Excellency, the Most Honorable Sir Patrick Allen, Governor General. Whereas it is the desire of people of Jamaica that those who have contributed to the development of the country, particularly in circumstances in which their commitment has culminated in debt or impairment, be demonstrably recognized, memorialized, and celebrated. And whereas it is the great social, cultural, and political value that reports of the heroic acts of such persons be preserved for sustained memory and enduring impact on the lives of those for whom this great sacrifice was made, including those not yet born. And whereas there are notable gaps in knowledge and memory of many such heroic acts
consequent to the paucity of accurate information and, in some instances, deliberate, discriminatory, and prejudicial interpretations of the history, with its concomitant intent to vilify and diminish the contributions of noble intent of said persons. And whereas the government of Jamaica has taken legislative and political measures to restore the good name and heroic intent of many people of our ancestors who were deemed criminal by colonial decree, but recently in many instances were declared heroes by the nation of Jamaica through an act of parliament, thereby setting aside those colonial legislations and criminalization. Such act has absolved them of criminal defamation and has commended them for their valor, determination, resilience, patriotic fervor, and willingness to give their lives for the common good. And whereas the Right Excellent Paul Bogle, national hero, was a man of notable acumen and character, displaying leadership and courage in the face of insurmountable odds, having no regard for the potential harm he would face from an entrenched, dehumanizing, and oppressive system.
And whereas the Right Excellent Paul Bogle, deacon of the Stony Gut Baptist Church since 1864, who was conversant with the rights and liberties ascribed to all human beings, rejected the idea that one race should impose their rights and privilege over the other, but rather aspired to the credo that defines man in the image of a benevolent God, understanding thereby the higher calling of those who would cast their will in solidarity with their brothers and sisters. And whereas the Right Excellent Paul Bogle possessed great character and willingly aligned his dignity with that of his brothers and sisters, not only in Stony Gut where he lived in the parish of St. Thomas, but with all blacks across Jamaica, being aware of their struggles against the unfair system of injustice and oppression demonstrated in the passage of laws and regulations geared at retarding the progress of the newly emancipated blacks, being conscious of the reasonable desire on the part of the black population for better social, livable, and working conditions. And whereas the Right Excellent Paul Bogle assumed a position of leadership among the peasantry of his community, parish, and engaged them in a series of actions aimed at peaceful resolution of the situation by such means as representation, discussion, and on one occasion, an address journey of 45 miles from Stony Gut to Spanish Town to present the case of poor blacks to the then governor, in the hope that the governor would grant them audience and such deliberation transform their circumstances by the removal of burdensome, inequitable quotas.
And whereas the Right Excellent Paul Bogle, having been denied audience with the governor, resolved to find other means to engage for better working and livable conditions, being aware of the entrenched nature of the forms of discrimination embedded in oppressive legislations and regulations and the concomitant social and economic injustices imposed, and being willing to align his destiny and personal fortune with them and for the common good of all black people across Jamaica. And whereas the Right Excellent Paul Bogle, being convinced that an action that involved the masses of people might present the credibility and force of their claim, convinced that such a mass protestation across the parish, including in front of the Murray Bay Courthouse, may cause the authorities to respond more favorably, led a march of hundreds of protesters armed with sticks and matches from Stony Gut to Morat Bay. Such actions resulted in incursions and skirmishes that erupted in the Morat Bay War of the 11th day of October 1865, during which the Morat Bay courthouse was burned to the ground and several of the black protesters as well as the authorities killed, and for which Bogle was subsequently captured and hanged on the 23rd day of October 1865. And whereas it is deemed fitting for a day to be set aside to focus attention on the resilience, heroic stance, and achievement of the said Right Excellent Paul Bogle.
Whereas there is at present no knowledge of the date of his birth, save that he was born and lived in Stonygut in the parish of St. Thomas. And whereas it is deemed fitting that the lieu of his date of birth, that is the most appropriate day of which to celebrate his achievement and solidify his memory in the minds of every Jamaican, including those not yet born. In the day in which his war of dignity, integrity, and better working and livable conditions of his people began being the 11th day of October in the year 1865. And whereas the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, the Honorable Olivia Baltigre, member of the Order of Jamaica, Commander of the Order of Distinction, Member of Parliament, has hereby given notice the intention that the 11th day of October, being the anniversary of the start of the so-called Morat Bay War, would be appropriate for such a purpose that should not be a public general holiday. Now thereas I, Patrick Linton Allen, member of the Order of Nation, Knight Grand Cross of the Most Distinguished Order of Saints, Michael and St. George, Knight of Grace of the Most Venerable Order of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem, Governor General of Jamaica, do hereby proclaim, make known, the 11th day of October shall be observed annually as Paul Bogle Day. Given under my hand at King's House, this 4th day of October in the year of our Lord, 2020.
That was the reading of the proclamation by Governor General Sir Patrick Allen. Give it up for our readers from schools in St. Thomas and Church. Thank you, readers. And if you didn't get today's Gleaner, inform you that there's a beautiful article in today's publication on our debate competition and the commemoration of Paul Bogle Day. And I'll just read a segment of the article while I encourage you to go and get your papers. It says, in 1865, on October 11, war broke out in Morat Bay between the formerly enslaved African population and the former enslavers, who, despite the abolition of slavery, maintained control over the colonial states and economy. This uprising, led by Paul Bogle and the warriors, was sparked by the refusal of the formerly enslaved to accept conditions that, while legally free, remained in slavery. In response, British colonial forces brutally suppressed the rebellion, executing Bogle, his brother Moses Bogle, as well as its 23-year-old secretary, James McLaren. Along with Bogle and his secretary were hundreds others who were also murdered within 2 weeks. Prominent leaders like our other national hero, George William Gordon, Letitia O'Hagan, and Rosanna Finlayson were also among those killed. Official records put the death toll in 1865 at 439 people. 439 people of our ancestors' foreparents were killed. Although some records estimates suggest as many as 1,500 lives between St. Thomas, Portland, and St. Mary were killed. And for that reason, we at the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation thought it was important to host this annual debate competition so the legacy and what our foreparents struggled for and fight for will remain in our memory and also in the memory of generations to come. Thank you. And while the adjudicators still deliberate, remind you of the prizes. I don't see any smiles in the audience. So what hear about the prizes? C4? You want to hear about the prizes? You just want to participate and learn about history and culture. Yes. After? Yes. You want to go with something back to Portland? Okay. So, no one leaves this competition without getting a prize. It is the mandate of the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation that once a student dedicate their time, effort, and commitment to the competition, that they are rewarded. As well as for the debate coaches who have to search the compound of the schools to convince, to persuade, to work late hours with the students in preparation, also receive a prize. And therefore, medals will be presented to each participant. Let me hear it from the researchers. Researchers? The big warrior researchers. About social media, the time of on a Saturday evening, so log online to ensure that they get additional training to prepare for the competition. So for that, they will receive a certificate in argumentation and debate. For our coaches, our top debate coaches will also each receive a gift basket of groceries courtesy of Durban Trading. We're not finished yet. We know that the debate coaches took some time off during the nights and on weekends. Saturday evenings after church, yes, I am aware. Sunday evenings after church and late nights up until 2 a.m. in the morning, yes, I am aware. To prepare the students, and for that, you deserve a little relaxation or pampering, right? Yes. Debate warriors, your coaches deserve some pampering, right? Wonderful. And so, the top 3 debate coaches will each receive a gift certificate to Beauty Matters Salon and Spa. Our 3rd place winners will receive a plaque courtesy of the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation. Second place winners. We like to listen to our students. And when we had our first meeting for this year's competition, and when we wrote the question, what are some of the prizes that and one of those prizes that was suggested was wireless earbuds. Anybody want wireless earbuds? So our second place, the champion of the 4th staging of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition, each will receive a tablet courtesy of the Bashi Kemlani Foundation. The champion school will also, for 1 year, have in their possession the championship trophy. Mr. Cameraman, courtesy of First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union. A critical component of the competition is inculcating development growth in our CSEC classes. And as a foundation, we are interested in the growth of our young people. We want our students to pass their examinations. And we do know that one of the deterrents to sitting the CSEC exams is the, thank you so much, is the cost. And if someone can tell me, not one of the debate warriors, if someone can tell me what is the cost to sit CSEC English, go ahead. You said 5,500? if you don't pay the entry fee, you won't be allowed to sit the exam. If you only No. So sit a subject, you need to pay 3 fees. If you pay only one, you won't be allowed to sit the subject. So, the big warriors, the future leaders of St. Thomas, what's the cost to sit CSEC English?
$13,000.
Robert Blackburn? $12,485. That's what they said, $12,485. Seaford High School. What's the cost to sit CSEC English? Seaford High School. What's the cost to sit CSEC English? Seaford? Okay. $12,500 for Seaport High School. Okay. Dallas High School is the Academy of Dallas High School here, is it? St. Thomas Technical. What's the cost to sit CSEC English? Alright, for the parents and those who are watching online and for the adults in the audience, there are 3 costs associated with sitting CSEC English. You have to pay the subject fee. There's also the entry fee. And the final fee is center. Okay, so let's go again. So there are 3 costs associated with sitting the exam. There is the subject fee, there is the entry fee, and there is the center fee. Am I right or am I right? So if all those 3 costs are not paid, a student, no matter how bright they are, cannot sit CSEC English. All 3 costs have to be paid. And when is the deadline to pay CSEC English if you want to sit it in Main June? October 29. Wonderful. Thank you, Happyville High School. Therefore, at the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation, having done our research like our debate warriors, we found out that a number of students are unable to sit CSEC English due to the costs associated with the subject. While each school have their own center fee, no cost is below $11,000. So to sit one CSEC subject, the minimum is $11,285. I repeat, $11,245 is the cheapest to sit CSEC English at any school in St. Thomas or Portland. And it goes up to $14,000 at some school, depending on the cost for the center fee, to sit just one subject, CSEC English. And if you want to matriculate to college, do you need CSEC English?
Yes.
Okay. And City and Hills, thank you. So if you're not sitting CSEC English, that means you may not be able to go to college. Alright, so therefore, at the St. Thomas Arts Renaissance Foundation, we will select 2 top debaters and we will be paying for their CSEC English. So 6 CSEC English. And finally, the trophy prize. Last year, we implemented the overseas cultural debate trip as the grand prize for the debate competition. This year, we tweaked that prize a little bit by deciding to select the top debaters. So not one school will be selected for the overseas cultural trip, but each student, as they were told at the beginning of the competition, is also competing against themselves, because the panel of adjudicators have been scoring each debater. And so the top 3 debaters, I know coaches, 5, but we'll see how much we can convince our sponsors, Derman Trade and First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union, to sponsor 2 more. But for now, the top 3 debaters will be selected for an overseas debate cultural trip to visit the HBCU Howard University in Washington, D.C. And those are our prizes. Do you like the prizes, debate warriors? Later, I will tell you some more about other aspects of the competition. Time has been spent. And now, please make welcome Communications and Technology Manager at J Limited, Najani Store, for the results of the 3rd place match.
Alright, thank you so much, Shelly. So, I'm a little disappointed, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll tell you why. So imagine we have our parish that has often, yes, I said we because I'm also a St. Thomas native. No, I'm from Yalas, man, I'm from St. Thomas. So we have our big Bogle day, and there's this lame atmosphere in the air, ladies and gentlemen. So I need some energy for Bogle day. So when I say energy, I want you to say energy. Energy! 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 Yes, that's what we want, ladies and gentlemen, for Paul Bogle day. Alright, so without further ado, I'll get straight into it. But before I do that, can we give another round of applause for both our teams? So we had this very interesting debate before us. And of course, we're talking about social media and whether that is a greater tool for distraction, or is it a greater tool or a better tool for educational development. Now, I will say this. We're having this conversation and we think that both teams could have done a much better job in terms of proving what we call their burdens or what their responsibilities are in the debate. The judging panel unanimously believe that both teams could have done a much better job. So from the get-go, we're having a conversation about social media, at least on the side of Seaford. And they're telling us that social media is a greater tool for distraction than it is a tool for educational development. We would have liked Seaford High School to tell us what exactly is social media and what exactly is considered educational development. To simply come and tell us that social media is anything that distracts from attention in terms of the educational process we don't think that that was a sufficient enough contextualization of the debate. And what that effectively did is to allow Happy Grove to tell us that social media is anything in the digital space that can be used for communication purposes, right? So we chastise Seaforth a lot for their lack of properly defining and setting the parameters for the debate. The other thing as proposition is to identify the key terms, and the other key term in this motion, apart from social media, was to tell us what exactly is educational development and what does that look like. We didn't get that from Seaforth High School. So again, the debate was wide open for Happy Grove to interpret the motion however they saw fit. And so at the end of the debate, it really came down to who did a better job of undermining their opponents. So let me just get into it very briefly. Seaforth tells us that social media is a distraction for several reasons. The first of which is because it captivates students' attention. And when it captivates students' attention, because of the inherent nature of social media, it is programmed in such a way that it is used solely for the purposes, at least that's what they're telling us, it's solely used for the purpose of entertainment. And the algorithm is designed in such a way that as you go on a social media platform, you're being content is being pushed at you for your entertainment purposes. And they're telling us that having spent several hours scrolling on social media, that will inherently give you certain things like a deterioration of your mental health, a significant undermining of your sleep cycle or your sleep schedule, and that inadvertently will take away from your attention in terms of the learning process and your academic outcomes. So those are the key understandings that we got from Seaforth. Now Happy Grove, when they came and they told us that, listen, we don't think that social media is significant in terms of distraction. There are other things that can provide distraction, and distraction isn't something that is implicit or inherent from social media. At the end of the day, it really comes down to how the user uses social media. So they tell us that distraction can happen anywhere outside of the context of social media. And so social media simply amplifies that distraction. It amplifies improper time management skills. It amplifies the fact that there are students who don't have proper sleep schedule. And so when you put social media into that equation, it simply amplifies that distraction or that nature of distraction in the learning process. But social media in and of itself isn't what causes that distraction. So we got that benefit, that undermining from Happy Grove in terms of the case that was provided on site Seaforth. So I would have mentioned what we chastised Seaforth for. Now what we chastised Happy Grove for is that we got a lot of undermining of the arguments from Seaforth by Happy Grove, but what we didn't get was how exactly is social media being used as a tool for educational development. Now, remember earlier I told you that Seaforth did not give us that conceptual understanding of what educational development is. So what Happy Grove should have done was to tell us exactly what they understand educational development to be, what they understand educational development to mean. Now they came and they told us things like, well, we think that, for example, students in the urban area, they would have access to digital devices, and that gives them greater access to information and gives them a greater opportunity for critical thinking. We didn't get the understanding of how does critical thinking help you in the conceptual understanding of the educational development process, in as much as we still don't know what educational development is. The next thing that we got from Happy Grove was, they're telling us that social media such as YouTube, you can go on YouTube, you can access a lot of information that really helps in the learning process. But we thought that that was a good attempt, and we would have wanted to understand more about how using social media like YouTube helps and aids in the educational development process. So we got that, but largely what we got was an undermining of the case on site Happy Grove of the case brought to us from Seaforth High School. The other thing that we got was that there should be a lot of time management skills being promoted among young people and know how to responsibly use digital devices. We got this understanding that the algorithm has things in place such as anti-bullying algorithms. They have screen time controls, they have do not disturb. These things are as a means of mitigating the distraction aspect of social media. And we credited Happy Grove largely for that. But at the end of the day, we still did really get a significant understanding of why exactly it is that social media helps or is a better tool for educational development than it is a tool for distraction. And so, ladies and gentlemen, that's generally how the judges saw the debate unfolding. I've said a lot, and my throat is dry. And so we thought we wanted to credit especially both reply speakers, both on Seaforth and both on Happy Grove, because we thought they did an apt job of summarizing the case on both their respective sides of the debate. So I want to give them a round of applause for doing a good job. However, at the end of the debate, ladies and gentlemen, she says no. Alright, so the judging, or the judges rather, came to a unanimous decision at the end of the debate. The point standing, ladies and gentlemen, one team would have ended on 266 points, and the winning team would have ended on 269 points. A very, very close match. A 3-point difference, 266 to 269. A very, very close match. However, at the end of the day, as you may know from now, or by now, ladies and gentlemen, there are no ties in the debate match. With that being said, the winner coming third in the fourth staging of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate Competition 2024. It's a co-ed school. It's based in a parish, ladies and gentlemen. And it's in Jamaica. The team winning this match, ladies and gentlemen, is a team Happy Grove High School. Yes, so congratulations, Happy Grove. And let's give it up also, ladies and gentlemen, for a 4th place finalist, Seaforth High School. The best debater in this match, ladies and gentlemen, also comes to us from the winning team. And that we thought was the reply speaker, Timoy Afro. We also would like to give special commendations to 2 of our debaters. The first opposition speaker, Mr. O'Brien Rose. Hold on, I don't want to come with a C survey. Okay, my apologies. So that's the first opposition speaker, and that is Tamike Power. And also the second proposition speaker, Liana Copeland. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I now yield back the floor to Ms. Shelley-Ann Thompson, who will carry us into the grand finals match.
Thank you so much, Najani. Shake hands, team members. Shake hands of your fellow opponents. Thank you so much to Team C4. Congratulations to Team Happy Grove High School from Portland. from Seaford High School, and Tammy K. Palmer, Timoya Lowe, and Ajanique Togwell from Happy Grove High School. And now we keep it rolling. I invite to the platform Team Proposition, Morak Bay High School. First speaker, Omaro Burke. Second speaker, Christina Wheeler. And third speaker, Savannah Burke. And I'm told no relation of the Burkes. Team Opposition, coming to us from Trinityville, is the Purple Pride. Purple Pride, Robert Lightburn High School. First speaker, Shaquela Gordon, there's a switch. Second speaker, Dylan Davis. And third speaker, Vanessa Allen. And before we get into their match, just to light the air, we will now have a performance by Miss Deandra Graham singing one of the most famous, Deandra Grant, my apologies, Deandra Grant singing one of the most famous songs in recognition of Paul Bogle and the Warriors. I'll be doing this song called 96 Degrees by her. 96 degrees in the shade, real hot in the shade. I said it was 96 degrees in the shade. 10,000 soldiers on parade, taking I and I to meet a big fat boy, sent from overseas, the Queen employed. Excellency, before you I come with my representation. You know where I'm from. You caught me on the loose, fighting to be free. Now you show me I lose. On the cotton tree, entertainment for me. Matty down for me. 96 degrees in the shade, real hot in the shades. Said it was 96 degrees in the shades, real hot in the shades. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Deandra Grant, for that rendition of 96 Degrees in the Shade that is originally written and performed by Third World. Team proposition. Ready? Team opposition. Ready? Okay. In proposition, we have Mark Wade High School, and in opposition, we have Robert Lightburn High School. And their motion for this finals of the fourth staging of the Paul Bogle Warriors Debate Competition is: this house prefers the commemoration of periods such as Paul Bogle Day, National Heroes Day, and Black History Month over the promotion of Western Enlightenment ideals as the foundation for progressive social change. Societal. My apologies. Over the promotion of Western Enlightenment ideals as a foundation for progressive societal change. And now, give a warm welcome to Mr. Omar Bird of Markway High School.
We must never forget that our past is a bridge to our future. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, and esteemed opponents, today we gather not just as representatives of our respective sides, but as members of a community deeply invested in Jamaica's future. We stand united in support of the motion. This House prioritizes the commemoration of periods such as Paul Bogle Day, National Heroes Day, and Black History Month over the promotion of Western Enlightenment ideals as the foundation for progressive societal change. Celebration goes far beyond mere remembrance. It is a catalyst for societal progress. To celebrate is to engage deeply with our history, to honor its significance, and to inspire future generations. When we commemorate our national holidays, we do not simply look back. We actively build a bridge to our future, embedding the legacies of those who fought for justice and equality in our society today. Our esteemed opponents may argue that Western Enlightenment ideals have laid the groundwork for modern democracy and individual rights. While we recognize their historical importance, I ask, do these ideals resonate with the lived experiences of Jamaicans today? Are they sufficient to address the challenges we face as a nation with our distinct history and culture? Prioritizing commemorations like Paul Bogle Day and National Heroes Day does not deny Enlightenment principles. Rather, it honors our unique context, struggles, victories, and aspirations. These days speak to our collective memory and identity, capturing our journey as a nation striving for justice. They promote social cohesion, resilience, and pride in our heritage. Let us turn our attention to the practical outcomes of celebrating our national days. When we invest in these commemorations, we reinforce the values of community and cultural identity. These days provide opportunities for meaningful discussions, workshops, and educational initiatives that explore Jamaica's rich legacy of resistance and transformation. Denied. I pose this question to my opponents. What practical outcomes do you foresee by emphasizing Western Enlightenment ideals in the Jamaican context? Can these foreign ideals address our unique societal needs and our history of colonialism? The principles of the Enlightenment, while influential, do not fully capture the complexities of our society. They may have paved the way for liberal democracy, but they do not resonate as deeply as the narratives of our heroes like Paul Bogle and Nanya Maroons. Consider this: France, the birthplace of the Enlightenment ideals, does not celebrate these concepts as the cornerstone of their national identity. Instead, Bastille Day, a national holiday, focuses on the revolution that shapes its nation rather than on Enlightenment principles. If the very nation that gave rise to these ideals does not hold them at the center of their cultural celebrations, why should we in Jamaica? Should we not elevate our own struggles and victories that define who we are? In Jamaica, the celebration of our national holidays is embedded in actions that go beyond symbolic gestures. We see educational programs, community service projects denied, public forums, and cultural events engaging thousands. In 2023, over 500 schools across Jamaica participated in initiatives that highlighted our national heroes, integrating these lessons into the curriculum and bringing their legacies to life. During the Black History Month, we engage our youth through workshops and discussions tackling contemporary issues like chronic racism and economic inequality. These programs empower individuals to understand history and apply it for strategic discussion about civil rights. Civil rights. Imagine cultural festivals that bring communities together, celebrating our shared heritage and pride. These actions are not symbolic. They are the building blocks of a cohesive society that values its past while aspiring for a just future. Our national holidays are vital opportunities for collective reflection, allowing us to remember and honor the events that have shaped our nation. Through them, we instill in our youth an appreciation for the struggles and sacrifices that paved the way for the freedoms they enjoy today. In our classrooms, students learn to internalize the significance of these days. Schools use these commemorations to foster critical thinking and civic agreement. The Ministry of Education promotes this approach, integrating historical events into the curriculum to create a reflective and forward-looking learning environment. As we reflect on the relevance of Western Enlightenment ideals in modern Jamaica, I challenge my opponents to consider whether these ideals truly align with our nation's needs. Are they equipped to guide us through today's social and economic challenges? Or should we look within, to the eras and movements that have fought for our liberation and dignity? In conclusion, I urge my opponents and all present to recognize that our national holidays are not relics of the past. They are living traditions that continue to shape our collective identity. Let us not be swayed by notions that have lost their relevance in our unique context. Instead, let us embrace values that resonate with our experiences and aspirations as Jamaicans. Let us prioritize the celebration of our cultural roots, committed to justice and united in our pursuit of progress. Together, let us embrace celebrations of our heritage and forge a path that honors our past while celebrating a brighter future for all Jamaicans. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar Bird, with opening statements from Team Proposition Martin High School. And now make welcome Shaquela Gordon, who will open the statement for our
History, despite its wrenching pain, cannot be unlived. But, if faced with courage, need not be lived again. So said Maya Angelou. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, and esteemed members of the proposing team, good afternoon. Today, we enter into a discussion that dives deep into the roots of societal change, culture, and history. The proposition argues that commemorating days such as Paul Bogle Day, National Heroes Day, and Black History Month is preferable to promoting Western Enlightenment ideals as a foundation for progressive societal change. While we acknowledge the significance of commemorating such periods, we do not believe that they should take precedence promoting Western Enlightenment ideals. Frankly speaking, we believe both can be equally recognized. Neither should really be competing against the other. However, if the government insists on giving preference to one, the logical thing to do is to give priority to the one that would seek to uplift and advance the overall welfare of the whole human race. And that would be to give preference to promoting Western Enlightenment ideals as a foundation for progressive societal change. Madam Speaker, I will provide 3 justifications for Western Enlightenment ideals to trump the commemoration of such observances. My colleague after me will provide a further 3, and our reply speaker will put the final nail in the coffin. To begin with, let us explore the value of universal principles. Western Enlightenment ideals such as democracy, individual rights, and reason, although developed in diverse contexts, provide a universal framework for promoting justice, equality, and freedom. These ideals have given birth to important concepts like civil rights and freedom of speech. They have impacted changes in the areas of LGBTQ+ rights, gender equality, women's suffrage, and the rule of law. If we place more importance on these principles, we will cultivate a shared understanding of what society aspires to be. Prioritizing universal principles promotes inclusive progress with benefits for all individuals regardless of race, color, class, or creed. Commemorating specific historical figures can offer context. Yes, we agree, but they do not necessarily drive changes in society. For example, while events like Black History Month celebrate achievements and recognize the struggles of Black people in history, they mostly focus on providing awareness instead of leading to specific policy changes that address current inequalities. Secondly, while we commend the intention behind commemorative events, I must emphasize that they possess the potential to simplify complex historical narratives. We run the risk of portraying our historical figures as one-dimensional heroes. For example, Nani, our beloved Paul Bogle, and Marcus Garvey were not saints. They were not squeaky clean, but they fought for a change that would positively benefit us in the long run. For that, we are grateful and must recognize their blood, sweat, and tears. We have nothing against our heroes and those ancestors who paved the way for us. But to say that commemorating these events will do more for progressive societal change is an argument rooted in fallacy. My worried opponents, do you know that this could also inadvertently lead to cultural nationalism, where specific narratives overshadow the diverse aspects of our shared history? In fact, celebrating Black History Month has caused an us versus them mentality. The overemphasis of Black is beautiful and Black is best has caused a lot of racial division and segregation. That's accepted. Instead of prioritizing the commemoration of singular figures, we should focus on integrating these stories into broader historical narratives. My third and final point is that empowerment through engagement is critical. Once we understand how Enlightenment principles can empower marginalized communities, we won't go around lobbying for commemoration of these events to take center stage. Yes, figures such as Paul Bogle represent powerful legacies, but the ideals of liberty, equality, and human rights promote sustained empowerment. When we root our advocacy in these ideals, we foster engagement that goes way beyond individual narratives, creating movements that can drive meaningful change. Moreover, historical recognition can still offer a cure within this framework. Embracing Enlightenment ideals encourages different perspectives while recognizing individual contributions that form an important part of our collective history. In closing, let us not overlook the power of universal ideals in facilitating meaningful and inclusive change. While commemorating figures from history has its place, it must never overshadow the importance of principles that unify society. enlightenment, we focus on solutions rather than merely memorialization. This debate is not about diminishing the value of historical recognition. It is about ensuring we have the right tools to move society forward effectively. I urge you, my opponents, to reconsider and recognize the importance of universal ideals as a bedrock of progressive societal change. Maya Angelou is right. History cannot be undone, but there is no reason for us to relive it over and over and over again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you can do better than that, man. Give a round of applause. This is the finals match in the 4th stages, and the statements have been laid by both teams. I know the second speakers are raring to go. I can see you, Christina. And first up, from Team Proposition, second speakers, we will have Christina Wheeler, who will be followed by Dylan Davis of Robert Blackburn High School.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, esteemed colleagues, and to my colleagues on the opposition, we must never forget that our past is a bridge to our future. And on that note, allow me to set the record straight. Before I delve into my speech further, I would like to address something stated by the opposition. You say that we should commemorate Western Enlightenment ideals for the betterment of the whole human race, but these ideals were created excluding the oppressed and enslaved. Many Enlightenment thinkers endorse colonialism and racial hierarchies. How does this benefit us as people of Jamaica? Today, we're talking about the real heartbeat of Jamaica, the values and legacies of our heroes, celebrated on Bogle Day, National Heroes Day, and Black History Month. We're not here to entertain abstract philosophical musings from centuries-old European thinkers. No, we're here to talk about what truly drives this nation forward, our history, our culture, and our people. Now, opponents, before you start throwing around terms like enlightenment and rational thought, let us get one thing crystal clear. Our national holidays aren't just dates on a calendar. They're woven into the very fabric of the stories of our national heroes, the fight for emancipation, and the spirit of resistance into their curricula. That's right. Over 500 schools engage in workshops, debates, reenactments, and more to make sure our students don't just know their history, they live it, breathe it, and carry it forward. These aren't just history lessons. They are lessons in what it means to be Jamaican, in the values of courage, resilience, and the collective fight for justice. When young Jamaicans learn about Paul Bogle leading the Martin Rebellion, or Marcus Garvey inspiring a global movement, they aren't just absorbing facts. They are being molded into citizens who understand the power of standing up for what is right. And let us be real, how exactly do you expect the average Jamaican to connect with Western Enlightenment ideals? I mean, tell a Jamaican struggling to make ends meet that their life will be better if they just embrace rationalism and the scientific method. You'll get a raised eyebrow, a smirk, and maybe even a pat on the back for the joke. These ideals might look great in a textbook or in a European salon from 300 years ago, but out here in the real world, on our streets, in our communities, they hold as much relevance as a snowstorm in Montego Bay. Now, let's talk about the other aspect that makes our commemorative days so valuable, our cultural tourism. Let's get one thing straight. Cultural tourism in Jamaica is not just some cute little side gig, it's the driving force in our economy. And guess what draws the crowds? It is Emancipation Day celebrations, or vibrant Independence Day parades, and the pulse of reggae music and dancehall that is laced with the stories of our resistance and triumph. Think about it. When people come to Jamaica, they come to see the legacy of our freedom fighters, to experience the culture, to feel the energy of a nation that has risen from colonial oppression to shine on its own terms. The government knows this, which is why there's a massive emphasis on cultural retention, and celebrating our roots. The festivals, parades, and reenactments tied to these commemorative events are not just some feel-good celebrations.
They are powerful reminders of who we are, where we've come from, and where we're going. Opponents, I'd like to see you explain how you fit Western Enlightenment ideals into that picture. Seriously, how are you going to mark a celebration of rational thought when our people are out there living their truth, embracing their heritage, and celebrating their resilience? Jamaicans do not need a European philosophy to tell them how to think. We already have centuries of rich history that has taught us how to live, love, fight, and rise above, deny. And here's the kicker. Trying to shift from celebrating our own heritage to commemorating Western Enlightenment ideals would come with a hefty price tag. Imagine the cost of rewriting our educational materials, running campaigns to convince our citizens that they should relate more to Montesquieu than to Nanny of the Maroons and Bogle and the Warriors. Imagine trying to tell your youth that these European ideals, which were never meant for them, should somehow hold the key to their future. Let us be honest, Western Enlightenment ideals simply do not have the same cultural resonance here in Jamaica. They might have shaped European societies, but guess what? Most of Europe doesn't even bother to commemorate them as specific holidays. Why should we, a vibrant nation with its own heroes, its own history, sacrifice our deeply rooted traditions for ideals that aren't even celebrated in the lands where they were born, accepted?
How can you convince us that these commemorations will lead to effective societal change, rather than just being symbolic gestures?
Commemorating national holidays can lead to long-lasting growth by encouraging community engagement, by increasing the use of them in cultural programs and educational initiatives. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the message is clear. Our national holidays are not just some feel-good distractions. They are powerful acts of our cultural and historical preservation. They are teaching tools in our classrooms, economic engines in our tourism sector, and lifelines that keep our society connected to the sacrifices of our ancestors. So, to the opposition, I say this. Out here, in the land of Bogle and Marcus Garvey, we prefer to commemorate the real champions of our history. Those who fought, those who sacrificed, and those who gave us a legacy of pride and resilience. Let us honor our heroes. Let us build on the values that matter to us. And let us continue to celebrate the spirit of Jamaica, both unyielding and certainly ours. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, worthy opponents, I stand before you as the second speaker of the opposition, continuing the conversation started by my colleague. The proposition argues for a preferential commemoration of historical figures and cultural events over the promotion of Western Enlightenment ideals in driving progressive societal change. I stand firmly against this assertion, and I am here to expand on our position by focusing on three key points. The global progress brought about by Western Enlightenment ideals, the transformative power of reasoned dialogue, and the fact that it has a negative impact on marginalized groups. First and foremost, Western Enlightenment has certainly enlightened us. It has been a driving force for global progress, particularly in human rights, democracy, and scientific advancement. Its principles of reason, science, humanism, and progress have shaped our world in profound ways. In Steven Pinker's book, Enlightenment Now, we see where the Enlightenment's emphasis on humanism and individual rights laid the groundwork for modern democracy and human rights movements. We are reminded of how thinkers like Immanuel Kant and Adam Smith advocated for the value of human life, dignity, and freedom, and how these ideas influenced the American and French revolutions, establishing democratic systems that prioritize individual rights and freedoms. Furthermore, despite challenges, global progress has been seen in so many ways. Life expectancy has increased as people are living longer and healthier lives. Education and literacy have improved as more people have access to quality education. In an article entitled Global Education by Hannah Ritchie et al., we are told, and I quote, "The world has gone through a dramatic transition over the last few centuries. from one where
Point of information.
very few, not accepted, from one where very few had any basic education to one where most people do. End of quote. Additionally, human rights protections have expanded. International agreements and organizations promote human rights. Decades ago, Boom Bye Bye would be an anthem promoting discrimination and violence towards people with alternative sexualities. Today, that is not so prevalent, and all over the world, people are learning to respect and tolerate differences. These advancements are directly linked to Enlightenment principles.
Point of information.
Not accepted. Secondly, I want to highlight the transformative power of reasoned dialogue that comes from embracing Enlightenment principles. Rather than commemorating historical events and figures as standalone observances, Enlightenment ideals encourage a continuous exchange of ideas, promoting critical thinking and reflection on our progress and setbacks as a society. My third point is that if we place more emphasis on celebrating and recognizing historic periods and national heroes, we end up creating a narrow, small-minded, and exclusive focus on these events and heroes, and thereby negatively impacting other groups.
Point of information.
Not accepted. It does not solve today's problem, and it makes it harder for everyone to work together. It does not promote collective progress towards a more equitable society, and can make us forget about other people's struggles. It could also divert attention from pressing matters affecting marginalized groups, such as systematic inequality, economic disparity, and discrimination in one form or another. Right now, the private sector organization of Jamaica has started a heated debate concerning the celebration of independence and emancipation, pitting Jamaicans against each other. While it is good to have these observances, we must remember the fairness and equality are the frame that holds everything together. In conclusion, I implore you to view this debate through a lens that values the global progress we have made. Appreciate the transformative power of reasoned dialogue and consider the effect on marginalized groups. The core of our argument is not against the importance of historical recognition, but rather an affirmation that our progress as a society is best achieved when we unify around shared ideas that uplift all members of our communities. Let us champion the principles of enlightenment as the guiding force for progressive change, ensuring we are inclusive, cohesive, and fundamentally committed to a brighter and more equitable future. The opposition pauses.
Heard arguments, Western Enlightenment ideals versus the promotion of Jamaican commemorations such as Paul Bogle Day as the foundation of progressive societal change. Thank you, Team Proposition, Mark Bay High School, and Team Opposition, Robert Lightburn High School, competing for the champions in the sports staging of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. And now, we will move into the cross-examination section of the debate, in which each team will be given 5 minutes to pose questions to their opponents. And we start with Team Opposition.
How do you respond to the claim that cultural commemorations may reinforce division rather than unity?
Please repeat.
How do you respond to the claim that cultural commemorations may reinforce division rather than unity?
In the past, some of our cultural icons, such as Paul Bogle, encouraged unity amongst Black people. So our society today can use that as an example as to how to have our economy fundamentally function today.
How do you propose to measure the effectiveness of cultural commemorations in a driving progress compared to the ideas presented by Western Enlightenment thinkers?
Please repeat.
How do you propose to measure the effectiveness of cultural commemorations in driving progress compared to the ideas presented by Western Enlightenment thinkers?
Can you repeat that question?
How do you propose to measure the effectiveness of cultural commemorations in driving progress compared to the ideas presented by Western Enlightenment thinkers?
It can drive progress in our society because the morals and values that were instilled by the cultural icons in the past can inspire the ideas of, for example, some of our governmental leaders in order to enact decisions in our society and economy in Jamaica.
Can you provide examples of how the commemoration of these periods has led to tangible societal change? Give us 2 examples.
2 examples. One example of practical results from commemorating our national icons is the competition that we are currently in, the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. For example, the institution Paul Bogle High School, that is a practical way of commemorating our national icons.
What specific aspects of Western Enlightenment ideals do you believe are less important than the commemorations you propose?
Repeat that, please.
What specific aspects of Western Enlightenment ideals do you believe are less important than the commemorations you propose?
If you had paid attention to our speeches, we are not saying that any is lesser than the other. What we are saying is that we should prioritize one over the other. Thank you.
Can you name a specific instance where a cultural commemoration has successfully improved community relations or social cohesion?
Okay, so an example is the Bogle debate. They promote social cohesion, resilience, and pride in our heritage.
What do you say to those who argue that focusing on specific historical events can result in a narrow understanding of history?
Could you please repeat that?
What do you say to those who argue that focusing on specific historical events can result in a narrow understanding of history?
We don't believe that it would result in a narrow understanding of history. We believe that it would help us to use the lessons of our history to improve our future or build a bridge to our future.
Are you denying that the promotion of enlightenment can risk perpetuating a one-sided historical narrative, ignoring the harmful legacy that colonial powers inflicted on much of the world?
Are you denying the fact that the promotion of enlightenment can risk perpetuating a one-sided historical narrative, ignoring the harmful legacies that colonial powers inflicted on much of the world?
Although we acknowledge historical impacts, we believe that Enlightenment ideals provide a framework for addressing and learning from these issues, moving these towards future progress.
How do you propose to convince the average Jamaican to relate to abstract Enlightenment ideals like reason, individualism, and the social contrast when these concepts have little to do with their lived experiences or struggles of their ancestors?
One example of Western Enlightenment is slavery, the abolition of slavery. Also, the the Mark Day Rebellion. Those are all Enlightenment ideals, and they actually address the ancestors, our ancestors actually, and what they went through.
Can you explain how Enlightenment ideals would foster greater social cohesion in Jamaica compared to the existing national holidays that are deeply embedded in our culture and education system?
Although community cohesion is important, fostering unity and a collective identity can be done through various means without predominantly relying on these commemorative events.
Do these ideals resonate with the lived experiences of Jamaicans today? Are they sufficient to address the challenges we face as a nation with our distinct history and culture?
Yes, they can affect them, but we believe through true engagement comes from education and activity that push for systematic change, not just from these commemorations.
If Western Enlightenment ideals are truly so progressive, why do European countries themselves not actively commemorate these ideals in their national holidays?
They possess
Historical reality that many of these ideals were used to justify colonialism, slavery, and the subjugation of people in Jamaica and other nations.
Embracing Enlightenment ideals and encourages different individuals to take in their culture.
What practical outcomes do you foresee by emphasizing Western Enlightenment ideals in the Jamaican context? Yes.
Women's suffrage movement, which was we weren't allowed to vote, and we still get underpaid.
Thank you, teams Markway High School in proposition and team Robert Lightburn High School in opposition. And while we give the reply speakers a minute to compose themselves, just to remind our viewers that the first reply speaker will come from team opposition, and that is Vanessa Allen. And she will be followed by team proposition reply speaker, Savannah Burke. Our viewers online, if you are team Carpe Diem, put some green and white in the chat. Or if you're a team Purple Pride, put some purple and white in the chat. Let's see the supporters online. And tell us too where you're tuning in from. I saw someone saying that they were from Antigua. Is there anyone from the USA, Canada, UK, or even Motherland, Africa? Let us know. Tell us where you're tuning in from online. And also, let me see, you ready? Alright. Is you ready? Okay. Let me just remind the audience as to who the judges are, because we'll be seeing them for the final time after the reply speakers. So the panel of adjudicators. The John Stewart, Communications and Technology Manager at the Jamaica Association for Baking and Empowerment. Matthew White, Tertiary Gold Club representative, also from the Jamaican Association for Baking and Empowerment. And they are joined by our sponsors, Beverage Manager at Refresh Water. Anybody want water? Anyone needs to be refreshed? It's very hot. Travis, let them know that we still have water. We have water, right? Travis, we have refresh water. Room temperature and also on ice cold. Courtesy of Ricardo Skiles, Beverage Manager at Refresh Water. And of course, our day one sponsor from the first year, who have thus far contributed more than $1 million to this competition. Miss Gabian Lindo, branch sales representative from First Heritage Property Company. And represented the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation, and she did not attend any of the high schools in St. Thomas or Portland. Representing St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation, Director Janet Harrison Cousins. Our 5 panel of adjudicators will determine the champion and the second place winners of this competition. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the final speeches. Please welcome Vanessa.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, esteemed members of the proposing team, and distinguished audience, hear me roar! I rise to organize a summation of our points, articulate the flaws in the government's arguments, and reason with you briefly as to why team opposition has won this debate. Today, we debated whether the commemoration of days such as Bogle Day and Black History Month is preferable to the promotion of Western Enlightenment ideals as a foundation for progressive societal change. Throughout this debate, my colleagues have roared out the compelling arguments in favor of Western Enlightenment ideals. We have highlighted the universality of Enlightenment principles, the dangers of cultural nationalism, how critical it is to empower through engagement, the expansion of global progress, the negative effect on marginalized groups, and the transformative power of reasoned dialogue. On the contrary, our opponents have provided a few salient but very weak arguments in support of a preference to commemorate historical events and heroes as the foundation for progressive societal change. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the debate and you agreed with us when we said that Enlightenment ideals including liberty, equality, and justice serve as universal principles that transcend cultural boundaries. These ideals provide a framework that allows all communities, especially marginalized ones, to unite in their pursuits of justice and equality. Rather than isolating stories within commemorative events, we urge society to embrace the inclusive nature of Enlightenment ideals that promote understanding across different cultural narratives. You also gave us the nod when we warned of the risks of cultural nationalism that arise when we celebrate individual figures over collective principles. Remember, commemorating certain historical figures can lead to a narrow focus that excludes important narratives from other communities. This exclusion creates divisions rather than fostering the unity needed for genuine societal change. Then we heard you roar for us when we underscored the importance and transformative power of reasoned dialogue rooted in Enlightenment principles. You had a totally different response when the government side outlined their shaky points. I'm sure you recall how you shook your head when they said that commemorating these historic events are crucial for fostering social unity and honoring history. The government wants us to believe that commemorating specific historical figures inspires individuals and communities to strive for progress. While we acknowledge the potential for inspiration, we must ask, what kind of progress are we achieving when we unintentionally reinforce an adversarial relationship between different cultural narratives? Inspiration drawn from one figure should never come at the cost of neglecting the diverse histories that shape our collective identity. Our very motto, which says, out of many one people, should serve as a guide. The proposing team wants us to believe that commemorative events can foster a sense of identity and belonging. However, true identity is enriched through shared principles that celebrate diversity rather than isolated commemoration. By uplifting universal Enlightenment ideals, we are fostering a sense of belonging that includes everyone, rather than confining individuals to specific cultural narratives. In closing, this debate isn't about disregarding history or ignoring the significance of our heroes. Rather, it's about ensuring we have a comprehensive understanding of progress rooted in universal principles. When different cultures commemorate different events, it is unique to them, but Western Enlightenment ideals embrace just about every group and every culture. Esteemed judges, we urge you to reject the proposition's resolution and stand with the opposition in roaring about promoting values that can guide us toward a brighter future for everyone. Thank you.
member. Madam Speaker, while the opposition passionately defends the relevance of Western Enlightenment ideals, they overlook one critical aspect: context. The context in which these ideals were formed is vastly different from the socio-cultural realities that shape Jamaica today. Western Enlightenment ideals may have laid the groundwork for modern democratic principles, but to claim that they are universally applicable without adaptation is both naive and dismissive of Jamaica's unique history and identity. Before I begin, one of your speakers mentioned how Western Enlightenment helped issues such as women's suffrage. But I ask you, people of the audience, adjudicators, what would be more nailed in your head? Women not being able to vote, or being scared if you would be whipped to death the next day? The opposition argues that the commemoration of national holidays is merely a symbolic gesture, implying that it lacks the power to drive continuous and progressive societal change. But let's not undermine the power of symbols in uniting our nation, in shaping our collective identity, and in building the social fabric that holds us together. Commemorations like Paul Bogle Day and National Heroes Day do not just happen on a single day. They resonate throughout our culture, our education system, and our national consciousness. Unlike the abstract principles of enlightenment, which can feel distant and disconnected from our lived experiences, these national holidays provide concrete examples of resistance, resilience, and triumph over oppression. They teach us not only to think critically, but also to act courageously, following in the footsteps of our heroes who stood for justice, equality, and the very essence of what it means to be Jamaican. The opposition also claims that Enlightenment ideals promote critical thinking, intellectual growth, and innovation qualities. They believe that national commemorations cannot provide. But let's set the record straight. Our commemoration days are not just about looking back. They are about looking forward with lessons from our past guiding us in how to build a better future. And let's not pretend that Enlightenment ideals automatically translate into social progress. These principles were born in a time and place that largely ignored the rights and humanity of people outside of Europe, including the ancestors of the very people who make up the Jamaican population, such as yourselves. The concepts of liberty and equality that originally applied to the enslaved, the colonized, or the oppressed. It was through the struggles of our own heroes that those ideas were fought for and redefined in our own terms. Commemorating our national heroes is not just about the past, it's about how they took those abstract Enlightenment principles and made them meaningful in the context of Jamaican resistance and self-determination, which we know as our national values. The opposition's assertion that cultural tourism tied to these national holidays is a narrow economic strategy fails to see the larger picture. Cultural tourism is not merely about attracting visitors. It's about showcasing the strength and the resilience of our heritage. Emancipation Day and independence celebrations are living examples of how we leverage our history to generate economic growth, instill pride in our people, and promote cultural retention. This kind of tourism fuels the local economy, supports small businesses, and creates opportunities that are rooted in the authentic Jamaican experience, something Enlightenment principles cannot offer. Madam Speaker, why should we invest time, energy, and resources into promoting ideals that have little cultural or emotional connection to the people they are meant to inspire? While the opposition may laud Enlightenment ideals as universal answer to progress, they fail to see that true progress begins with understanding and embracing our roots. The commemoration of national holidays like Paul Bogle Day, National Heroes Day, and Black History Month is not just about celebrating our past, it's about using the values and lessons of our history as a practical, relevant, and culturally grounded blueprint for our future. It is this blueprint that will guide us towards social cohesion, human development, and economic growth in a way that is meaningful to every Jamaican. So let us not be swayed by the allure of distant, disconnected ideas. Let us stand firm in our commitment to the values and principles that are born from our own soil, from our own struggles, and from our own victories. This will lead Jamaica to a true and lasting progress. As we celebrate Heritage Month, let us pay homage to our national heroes, including the famous Marcus Garvey, who blessed us with this quote: "A people without the knowledge of their past history Their origin and culture is like a tree without roots. With this, the preposition.
Here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Final presentation. Today's finals of the Paul Bogle Warriors Debate Competition. Give them a round of applause again. This is our future generation, the young people, the youth of St. Thomas, talking about their culture, their past, their history. Thank you, young people, for bringing some of those points forward. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Adjudicators will now tire to discuss who will be the champions, who will walk away second place in this final match of Paul Bogle. Big Warriors, let me hear you roar. Anissa, the Big Warriors. Come on, the Big Warriors. All right. Are you Team Purple Pride? Or are you Team Carpe Diem? No, you sound like the Big Warriors. Alright. So we'll keep it moving. We'll keep the energy up while the adjudicators discuss as we go, second place and investigation. And now, I will invite, we will take a few responses, feedback from our debaters. So just to recap, this competition started in August with 6 high schools. We started with the Academy of Girls High School, the champions. The Eagles, St. Thomas Technical High School. Blue Stars, Seaport High School. Always be prepared. Right, always be prepared for action. Happy Grove High School. And the two teams now awaiting the results. Purple Pride, our Library High School. And Carpe Diem. So six schools started this competition back in August, and we had our training first, and then we moved on to our round 1 matches, which were conducted in the second week of September, and then we had the semi-finals at the lovely Robert Library High School in Trinity. Earlier we saw the third place match in which Congo High School came out as the third place winner. Seaport as fourth place. So weeks of preparation. And now I will invite Vice President or President, And now I will invite Vice President of the Academy of Dallas High School to share. Vice President of the Champions Debating Society at the Academy of Dallas High School. Mr. Daniel Foster.
Good afternoon. As was introduced, my name is Daniel Foster, head girl at the Academy of Dallas High School. Being a part of the debate team has had a huge impact on my academic success. It has sharpened my ability to think critically, speak confidently, and structure my ideas logically, which has boosted my performance in various subjects, especially English language. I was introduced to the debating world in grade 9 by my teacher, Mr. Allison, who had also given me the opportunity of sitting the English language CXC at that grade. And by the grace of God, I did successfully achieve a grade 1. And of course, special thank you to the rest of my debating coaches, Miss Griffiths and Mrs. Allen. Debate has taught me how to see issues from different perspectives and respond thoughtfully, helping me excel in both written and oral assessment. I am thankful to my teachers once again for their support and encouragement, which has pushed me to improve. Most of all, my faith in God strengthens me every day. My philosophy, Philippians 4 verse 13, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. It inspires me to keep working hard and believe that with God's help, anything is possible. Finally, to all my upcoming debaters, as you move forward, continue to strive to make a positive impact, both in debate and in the lives of those around you. Keep pushing yourselves, stay focused, and remember that every effort you make brings you one step closer to success. Together, we can achieve great things. Thank you.
Give it up for us today, head girl. My apologies. Today, did you tell them about your C-Sec results? Wonderful, wonderful. And now, please make welcome President of the Debating Society at the Academy. Champions, what's happening? Okay. Alright, so I will give you additional information about the champions of the Academy of Dallas High School who have been using the tactics of debating to improve their C-Sec results. In 2022, 23 students from their school in grade 9 sat C-Sec. And how many do you think passed? 22 of the 23 passed. At grade 9. C-Sec English. And several of them got grade 1. That is how debating is helping our students to improve their academic outputs. So it's not only about being speaky spooky, but it's also about self-expression and also being confident, critical thinking, and most importantly, conflict resolution. Right, teachers? Right. Now, we invite Daniel Williams, President of the Academy of Dallas High School, to give his feedback on being a participant in the debate competition.
day, everyone. Today, I want to share a personal story about how something as simple as joining a debate team has completely transformed my life. You see, I wasn't always the more debates I participated in, the more my confidence grew. Before I knew it, speaking in front of people wasn't something I dreaded. It was something I looked forward to. It didn't happen overnight, but debating showed me that I had the ability to express myself clearly and with conviction. Debating didn't just help me overcome my shyness, though it also made a huge difference in my academics. As you know, debate isn't just about talking, it's about research, critical thinking, and organizing ideas in a coherent way. These skills naturally started transferring to my schoolwork. I found myself becoming better at structuring my essays, analyzing complex information, and understanding different perspectives, whether it was for history, literature, or even science. Debating trained my mind to be sharper and more analytical, and that paid off in so many of my exams. But if there is one specific area where debating truly helped me excel, it was in my English ACSE exam. I am proud to stand here today and say thanks to my debate coach and English teacher, Miss Griffiths, who provided me with the opportunity to sit English in grade 9, where I successfully achieved my grade 1. That was and still is a huge achievement for me, and I know I owe much of that success to the skills I developed through debate. Additionally, I must extend my gratitude and thanks to my other debate coaches, Mr. Allison and Mrs. Buchanan Allen, for their guidance along the way. I owe the way all these sources taught me to craft arguments, analyze texts, and present ideas clearly was exactly what I needed for my English exam. Debating and my teachers trained me to think quickly, write persuasively, and articulate my thoughts with clarity, all of which were key in achieving that grade 1. Debating has changed my life in more ways than I could have imagined. It has given me confidence, sharpened my academic skills, and led me to one of my proudest achievements, passing my English ACSE with top marks. To anyone out there who feels shy, uncertain, or hesitant to speak up, I want to say, try debate. It will not only help you find your voice, but it might also open doors for you in ways you never thought possible. Thank you.
What Daniel did not say is that he achieved grade 1 in CSEC when?
In grade 9.
In which year?
Third year.
In 2020?
Oh. In 2024.
Right, so he just passed CSEC English with grade 1. He's now in grade 10. In grade 10. So this is a perfect example of how you can use debating to enhance your academic skills at any level of the school system. And Daniel, I want you to repeat your last paragraph. Thank you, Daniel.
To anyone out there who feels shy, uncertain, or hesitant to speak up, I want to say, try debate. It will not only help you find your voice, but it might also open doors for you in ways you never thought possible.
If you feel shy, Daniel, in which year did you start debating in this competition? While you were in grade
7.
And did you attend the training?
Yes, I did.
Right. So you have been a part of the debate competition now for the 4 years since we started. So we consider, at the Renaissance Foundation, we consider Daniel as our debate baby. He started in grade 7 and has been with the competition for the 4 years. And at grade 9, he was ready to sit CSEC English. And wonderfully so, he got grade 1. Please, a round of applause for Daniel. We have to big up our young people when they excel. There's so much negativity within society as it pertains to young people, particularly our boys. And if you listen to the recent results of the CSEC passes, in which only 18%, only 18% of the more than 30,000 children across Jamaica who sat CSEC got 5 subjects or more. Only 18%. And in order to matriculate to college, you need a minimum of how many subjects? So if only 18% is achieving that minimum of 5, math people, math honors college students, then what is happening today? 18 from 100? Not you consider these days. Math honors college students, thank you so much. Then what is happening to the 82% of our students? We have to implement measures in which we can make our subjects, make learning fun and engaging for our students. We will not stay at 80%. We want more students, and may I dare say, every student from St. Thomas and Portland, every student from St. Thomas and Portland leaving high school matriculating to college. Whether it may be a trade school or getting a degree, but you need tertiary education in order for you to earn well and live well. And we will continue to champion that at the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation as we talk about the rebirth of a parish. We will take that theme as we debated today. The independent, not independent Jamaica, the independent Caribbean started in St. Thomas, was created. It was coming out of the Mark Day War in which we gained independence that charted the path for independent Caribbean. So if we started back then in 1865, we can start another revolution as it pertains to transformation of our education system. Am I right or am I right? So we will start in St. Thomas to ensure that our future generation can leave high school, each student leave high school with at least 5 subjects to matriculate to any tertiary institution of their choice. Having said all of that, I now pause for some entertainment. I'll break the lecturing and pause for some entertainment and invite back to the lectern Miss Deandra Grimes with another rendition of a popular song in recognition of the Mark Day War. Thank you, Deandra Grant from St. Thomas. Another future star from the East. Talented in voice and also talented in her books. Thank you, Miss Grant. And now, I will invite a special guest who is with us today, representing the Honorable Minister, Olivia Grange, Mr. David Moore from the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure I can do better than that. The man come from town to be at Paul Bogle Square. Big him up better than that, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I was listening to the debate on my way here, quite engaging. I really must applaud both the proponents of the moot and the opposers. You know, this kind of thing is what we need to inculcate a sense of community, a sense of awareness, and really to develop the learning skills of our students. And I'm really heartened by it, and I must really congratulate you all for how you really researched and how you really presented your arguments. So congratulations to you all. I wish to deliver a message on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Culture, Honorable Olivia Grange, who unfortunately can't be here. Many of you would have learned that she was not so well the other day, and she still has a slight cold, and she thinks it's best if she recuperated so that she could be with you in quick order. I didn't get the order of precedence, but I realize, Councillor, you're here. Good afternoon. Thanks, Mr. Councillor, for the invitation. And to the schools, thank you very much for coming out. So I'll read the Minister's speech. It's in celebration of Paul Bogle Day. And as you know, last year, Paul Bogle Day was proclaimed by the Governor General as in terms of a way to celebrate and to memorialize the importance of this particular day. It's titled Strengthen Us to Lead to Cherish. Today, we the people of Jamaica pause to celebrate and honor the memory of Paul Bogle on this Paul Bogle Day, the 11th day of October 2024. The above-mentioned line from the national anthem encapsulates the vision and posture of our national hero, the Right Excellent Paul Bogle, who, in response to his determination to connect with the vulnerable, oppressed African descendant people of Jamaica at the time, was martyred for a war he started on October 11, 1865, which became known as the Morant Bay War. A Baptist deacon from Stony Gut, Bogle was not prepared to stand by and witness the misery of the recently liberated African descendants. Paul Bogle understood that 27 years earlier, in 1838, full freedom was declared for the Africans and African descendants of Jamaica after hundreds of years of oppression. The masses of the people continued to be marginalized and disenfranchised by the ruling English colonizers. For Bogle, fleeing the plantation had created a new vision of impoverishment, as Africans and African descendant people had not received compensation for their enslavement over so many years. I want to pause here for our students of history. How many of you know what the planters got or received in terms of compensation when they declared the abolition of slavery? Anyone who did history? Any of our history students? Well, let me tell you, I want to remind you. So the planter class in Jamaica received from the British government at the time £20 million as compensation for the loss of their quote-unquote labor force of people who used to work on the plantation, because they had only viewed enslaved Africans at the time as property, particularly chattel. As a matter of fact, let me just remind you about our history. Africans in Jamaica during the period of enslavement were viewed as property like livestock. As a matter of fact, there are accounts that list enslaved Africans as lower than livestock. So when they quote-unquote freed black people through emancipation, the white planters were given as compensation for that loss of property £20 million. What are black people given? And these are the things that you need to reflect on. You are the descendants of people who were given nothing when they came from the plantation, but have built a society for and by themselves. That is the reason why we should celebrate the richness of our history and the contributions of our history of people like Paul Bogle. Please don't forget that. Paul Bogle experienced the burden of leadership in a society anchored in reeking oppression by one people on another. It was a leadership that would cause him to travel 45 miles on foot from Stony Gut to Spanish Town. Listen, I drove all the way this morning from Spanish Town. Wow. Counselor, you would not understand how long it takes. It's a good thing the road can fix. And while I was driving, I was saying to myself, you mean to tell me that somebody walked all that way? You know how long it is? It took me what? Nearly 2 hours? Give and take to come here, driving. So how long it took him to walk? On the new road. Yeah, on the new road. How long it took him to walk? That's to show how determined he was to make a statement. You are the descendants of that kind of determination. For his brand of leadership, Bogle felt that the chance for 2 free men to discuss the evils of the system could make a way for change in course on the part of the authorities, leading to better livable and workable conditions for the masses of the people. Remember, he's going to Spanish Town to protest for better living conditions for the descendants of enslaved Africans, right? The governor, however, was an evil, self-centered man whose belief in white supremacy caused them not even to meet Bogle. So after the man walked out of way, not even to meet Bogle, but rather unleashed a barrage of unjust and oppressive measures on the masses. For this purpose, he led a march from Stony Gut to Moran Bay on that fateful day of October 11, which we mark today as Paul Bogle Day, 1865, with the intention of making his demands for the rights of the people to justice and livable conditions. The march led to skirmishes and then moved to outright war. A lot of people say it's a Moran Bay uprising. Listen, historians will tell you it's not no uprising. It's not no skirmish. It was a war. And when you have determined that, listen, you are going to sacrifice what God gave you, your life, for the betterment of your people, for your children yet to come and generations yet to come, you are prepared to die for it. And when you throw down that challenge, you're declaring a war. It wasn't a rebellion or a skirmish. We must recognize that Paul Bogle led a war. And all the more reason for the successes of that we are seeing here today, that we have our own schools, our own institutions, our own better standards of living that we started that process for. And you are all benefiting from it in schools. And you are all benefiting from it and interpreting that to the level of education that you've got, which your forebears didn't have. These are the things that you should consider. The march led to skirmishes and then moved to outright war, during which the Moran Bay courthouse was burned to the ground, and many people were killed on both sides. In the end, Paul Bogle was arrested, tried, and hanged for his leadership of the war on October 23, 1865. Paul Bogle represents the best of who we are as a people. He demonstrated that a very important line of the national anthem strengthened us too weak to cherish. As such, it inspires us to care for the vulnerable, for women, or girls, or children, or elderly, or differently abled, or mentally and physically. Paul Bogle represents for us the adage of none being left behind, of a community caring for all of its members, of casting our lot by giving a voice to the hopeless, for individual and collective well-being. Modern Jamaica has been built on the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors, and as such, we, the current guardians and citizens of Jamaica land we love, must model the heroic examples of men like Paul Bogle as we strive to build a better country for all. Today, as Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, I invite we, the people of Jamaica, we, the people of St. Thomas, to pause and honor Paul Bogle for his selfless bravery and altruism as he hitched his life to the lives of the poor, oppressed people of African descent. He had understood that his willingness to represent the masses of the vulnerable people of St. Thomas and the wider Jamaica could lead to his death. Yet, he willingly and courageously stood up for the cause as another in a series of actions by selfless men committed to the betterment of the livable and working conditions of the masses of the people. After all, as a deacon of the church, he would have understood the sacrifice of his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. For this and more, today, we salute the right, excellent Paul Bogle on this 11th day of October, the day the Moran Bay War began, and which the government of Jamaica has proclaimed as Paul Bogle Day to be celebrated annually in his honor and remembrance. We, the people, must always remember. I want us to stand and say collectively, I am Paul Bogle. Let us never forget that he made to Jamaica development. Let us never forget the sacrifice that he made. It is always on this day that has been commemorated, 11th of October, Paul Bogle Day. Let us start after three. 1, 2, 3. I am Paul Bogle. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was David Brown, Director of Policy and Research at the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. Mr. Brown delivered a statement on behalf of our culture minister. And as he said, this stood out for me. Paul Bogle represents the best of who we are. Paul Bogle represents the best of who we are. That we will stand up for justice, that we will stand up for equality, and not only for ourselves, but for the whole human race. The warriors from purpose. You know? Okay. To bring us the results welcome Communications and Technology Manager from the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment, Mr. Najani Stewart.
Thank you so much, Chanel. Alright, so I know that we've come to the end of the day, but before I give you the results, I just want to know that you haven't fallen asleep on me. So I said, Paul, what are you going to say? Paul! 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 Alright, so you haven't fallen asleep. Excellent. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has come. So we just had a debate. A very interesting debate, ladies and gentlemen. A very intellectual debate. We are having a conversation surrounding whether or not commemoration of periods such as Paul Bogle Day, National Heroes Day, and Black History Month are better for societal change over the promotion of Western Enlightenment ideals. A very interesting topic, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get into it. So we started on side Mark Day, telling us that they don't think that the Western, the kind of ideas that are espoused in Western Enlightenment ideals are fit for the Jamaican cultural context. They're telling us that the kind of policy changes that we'd like to see that can really drive societal change and societal progress are really steeped within the cultural context of Jamaica. And the cultural context of Jamaica are formed and are shaped by the commemoration of days such as Paul Bogle Day, National Heroes Day, Black History Month. Those are the kinds of periods that we want to remember in order to kind of facilitate the kind of spirit that can really drive societal change. And they told us that national holidays are vital, you know, in remembrance of our forefathers who would have fought for our freedom, would have fought for the Mark Day War, right? Things like that that can really help us to remember where we're coming from, that can help ultimately to drive societal change. Now, what we didn't get from Mark Day was what exactly do we conceptualize as societal change? We got this idea that when we talk about societal change, it's really fostering better policies, it's fostering a better sense of unifying of our people. But we didn't get a pragmatic understanding of what progress and what societal change actually looks like on a day-to-day basis. When we moved on to side opposition, we got them telling us things like, well, we think that we shouldn't really look at the persons behind these historical events, like a Paul Bogle, like a Nani, because what you have inadvertently is this one-dimensional aspect of this person. So you're playing up the contributions that they would have shared or that they would have given to make that day, those specific days, monumental days. But what you don't get is the flip side of that person. You don't get a well-rounded understanding and idea of that person and how their behavior, their character would have also served to perhaps detract from the significance of the day. They're exposing this interesting view on the flip side of that by telling us that as opposed to focusing on individuals, we should focus on ideas that can really drive change. They're telling us that the idea of liberty, the idea of equality, the idea of humanism that has progressed and has morphed into the concept of human rights, those are better for society. And they told us, as a direct attack on the arguments of Mark Bay High School, that as opposed to the Jamaican context, so we'll focus on what would have happened and that what would have shaped the Jamaican cultural landscape, they are telling us that the Western ideals are things that really transcends national borders. They are telling us that these ideas transcend cultural context, and that can actually serve as a better mechanism by which we can unify our people. So that was one of the clashes that we got, the unification of people. We also got Marbe coming back and they're telling us that we have seen in the classroom, in our education system, where our cultural heroes, those kind of values that they would have espoused are revered in the classroom. And that is why when you have these cultural days that are commemorated, you have people reenacting stories, you have people extracting the values, or extracting the purpose or the ethos and the values from these cultural icons. And those are the kinds of values that should be exposed and are being exposed in the classroom, in the educational context. But again, they're telling us that that can ultimately lead to a spirit of resistance, because that's what our cultural icons, our national heroes, that is the value that they are espousing. But across the education panel, we're left wondering, okay, we're building a culture of resistance, but what exactly are we resisting? So again, we still had the pragmatic questions. To what end are we resisting? What end are these cultural values being extracted from our history to lead to societal change? And throughout the first two speakers of the debate, we kind of had that question remaining. What are the pragmatic effects of these values that are being cultivated in our cultural landscape in Jamaica? We got from opposition, they came back and they said, listen, we think that the ideas from the Western societies that would have influenced things like humanism, human rights, those are the kinds of ideals that we want to, what they want to expose. Because when you engage with that kind of written literature, those are the kinds of things that will encourage debate and dialogue. And they're telling us that dialogue is what is actually necessary in order for us to have policy change that can inadvertently lead to societal change. They're also giving us this interesting idea that the Western ideals would have found or laid the foundations for a democratic society. And they're telling us that in our contemporary society, they think that democracy is very pivotal to any society. And so when they expose those views, those are the kinds of things that are really impactful to any society. And if we're talking about societal change, those are the kinds of values that we would like to expose. And back to the understanding of unifying people, again, they're telling us that those are the kinds of values, because when you adopt these kinds of values, those are the values that transcend any society, the values of equity, the values of liberty. Those are the kinds of values that not only unify a Jamaican society, but also a global society in which we're all operating. And they're telling us that those would be the more impactful arguments. So they're telling us that it's not just about the commemoration of days, albeit I think there was some concession on side opposition that is a good thing. That's not necessarily a bad thing. But they went beyond that to tell us that we can't simply stop at the commemoration of days. We have to espouse the kinds of ideals that promote us, that really are the tenets of our society, the things that really hold us up as a people and as a society. Again, ladies and gentlemen, they're telling us that true progress is made when we rally around shared ideals, transcending transnational borders. And we thought that both teams would have done an adept job, or within the context of this debate at least, done a decent enough job to defend their stances. But at the end of the day, we really had to weigh what is more impactful to societal change, progressive societal change. And so, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said,
Pause for the cameras. For the cameras.
with that being said, ladies and gentlemen,
They can only be one first place.
yes, Shelly,
But they're all
we know
winners.
that there are no ties in debating.
And they're all winners.
But before I announce the results, I want to just pause for a cause. Now, the teams that we would have had debating this grand finals match, ladies and gentlemen, would have been two very formidable teams. I want to just pause to give them both a rousing round of applause. The team that won would have ended on 276 points, and their opponents would have ended on 265 points. Ladies and gentlemen,
What's the score again?
276, 265.
Okay, that's 10 points.
The team that would have won the grand finals of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate Competition 2024 is a high school. But not just that, it's a co-ed high school. They're located in Jamaica, ladies and gentlemen. And they're in St. Thomas. Yes. The team who'll be walking away this year with the coveted title of champions is a team Robert Lightning And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I solicit your equally rousing round of applause for a second place team, Marseille High School. The best debater in this match, ladies and gentlemen, also comes to us from our debating champions, Robert Lightburn High School, and that speaker is the first opposition speaker, Shakira. I would also like to give commendations to two additional speakers, ladies and gentlemen, and that's the reply speaker on side opposition, Renessa Allen, and the first proposition speaker, Omario Burke. So ladies and gentlemen, we thank you. A new champion has been crowned, and we wish you all the best going forward.
Big Warriors, let me hear you roar! Paul Bogle! Paul Bogle and the Warriors. So Paul Bogle and the Warriors. The big competition. There you have it. Thank you so much, Mr. Stewart, for the results. Culminating the fourth staging of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate Competition in 2024. Congratulations to the Debate Warriors. gentlemen, the next best part of today's event, we will now move into our prize giving and closing ceremony. And before we do so, I will ask each team proposition, Martin High School and team opposition, Robert Library High School, to shake hands. Give it up for the future! This is the future of the world. And now we will hear from a number of dignitaries who are with us today. Earlier we heard from Mr. David Brown with his statement from Minister of Culture, Entertainment, Gender and Sport, Honorable Olivia Batterbridge. And now, today warriors, remember, respect please, respect for yourself and also respect for your opponents. We now invite to bring us greetings on behalf of Dr. Fenton Ferguson, former government minister, who is a sponsor of the debate commission, Councillor Mr. Dinsdale.
Madam Chairman, Ms. Thompson, St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation, who are the facilitators of this great event, to some of my fellow sponsors, to the judges, the panel of adjudicators, to all persons on the social media platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, we recognize Minister Grange's representative, Mr. Brown. Welcome to St. Thomas, sir. And I would like to recognize the singer, D'Angelo Grant, 96 degrees in the shade. Real hot. So I say happy Paul Bogle Day to everyone present here this afternoon. And I say to you, congratulations on your 4th iteration of this debate competition, Paul Bogle and Warriors debate competition. This is my first visit to your competition, and I assure you that I'm so impressed that next year I will be here again. Let me apologize for the absence of the physical presence of Dr. Fenton Ferguson, who is a sponsor of this competition. If we should try to find a synonym for Dr. Fenton Ferguson, it would be one word: education. He is so obsessed with education because he sees education as the most assured way of changing one's economic circumstances upward. Because of that, over the years, and as parliamentarian, he has funded education in this parish to the tune of over $200 million. This event is no less important to him, and as such, he is keeping his commitment to continue to support you here. And so I stand here proudly, representing him and presenting to this competition the amount that he has promised. I don't know if I'm supposed to reveal the amount, so I'm asking Madam Chairman, could you come and receive the commitment from Dr. Fenton Ferguson. I don't know if I'm supposed to say how much. I mean, I'll allow you to say. All right? I just want to present it to you and wish you all the best going forward. Courtesy of Fenwood Services.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, on behalf of the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation and the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate team, organizing team. We want to say thank you to you and Dr. Ferguson for being a continued supporter of this debate commission. Next up, to bring us greetings will be branch sales representative at the Mark Bay branch of the First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union, Miss Gadian Lindo.
Specially invited guests, teachers and students, pleasant good afternoon. I'm truly delighted to be here today representing First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union at this year's grand finals of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. Year after year, FHC Credit Union has proudly supported this competition, driven by our mission to serve the communities in which we operate and empower the most vulnerable in our society, our youth. Through initiatives like this, FHC Credit Union is honored to contribute to nation building by investing in the next generation of leaders. This competition holds a special place in our hearts because it is not only celebrates the heart of debate, fostering healthy communication and differences of opinion through clear and well-formulated perspectives that examine all angles and give room for opposing outlooks, but also to honor the legacy of our national hero, Paul Bogle, whose courage and conviction helped to share the course of our country's great history and certainly the rich history of the parish of St. Thomas. At FHC Credit Union, we believe in the power of knowledge, dialogue, and thoughtful discourse to spark change and uplift communities. Debates like financial empowerment encourages critical thinking, problem solving, and its determination to forge a brighter future, values we share with the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation. We are honored to support such an inspiring platform that gives our youth the opportunity to refine their voices, articulate their perspectives, and emerge as future leaders. Just as Paul Bogle and his warriors stood for justice and progress, today's debaters stand at the forefront of creating a better tomorrow, and we are proud to stand alongside them on this journey. Students, I'd like to leave with you a word of encouragement. As you pursue your goals, approach every challenge with the mindset that every day is day one. A fresh opportunity where anything at all is possible, whether in debate, academics, or your personal pursuits. Keep the excitement and energy of a new beginning alive. Embrace each step with optimism, curiosity, and the firm belief that you are capable of achieving your dreams. To the finalists, we commend your passion, dedication, and resilience throughout the competition. You have showcased the spirit of excellence, and as you took the stage today, remember, I hope you remember that every argument that you present and every stance you defend contributes to shaping the world around you. You are the future leaders of this nation. Once again, on behalf of FHC Credit Union, congratulations to all participants, and we wish you all the best, or we wish you all the best and the better team would have won. We remain committed to investing in our nation youth and ensuring that all platforms like these continue to inspire, motivate,
the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I might debate words. I'm sure you can do better than that first. First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union, who is investing in the parish and investing in the young people. Thank you so much to First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union for being with us from the first stages of this competition. And we will continue to say that because we want them to feel valued as being a part of this competition. And now, to bring us a greeting from the Ministry of Education and Youth, I welcome to the lectern Mr. Lansford Grant, who is representing Region 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings. Someone say Paul Bogle.
Paul Bogle.
Out of many, we are one. And once there's a competition and we are together, we are all winners. So we have won. I want to greet our chairperson, Ms. Thompson, all the sponsors of this great event, coordinators, coordinated by the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation. I greet you on behalf of Mrs. Blackwood Grant, who is our regional director for the region of care from which these schools are this evening. I want you to put your hands together for your teachers, for yourselves, for the entire system that has enabled you to be here today. Come on, man, let's put your hands together. It's wonderful. In fact, education has won today. Once you have literacy, you have better control on numeracy. The statistics from the region of care shows that when students are involved in co-curricular activities, they usually perform better at their core academic and they get better results at CSEC, at CAPE, and tertiary level. So the future is bright for you. And as I listen to the analysis of this match, the performance of both teams, the minute score distance, the margin of victory was obviously not very wide. And again, it proves that out of many, we are one, and out of many, 4 schools have won this afternoon. And so the region of care commits to continue supporting not only the Purple Pride in the East, but Carpe Diem as well, and the True Blues, and the Paul Bogle High School. I want to say to you this afternoon, as you grow from strength to strength, the heights of great schools, reached and kept, were not attained by, but they, while other schools are sleeping, were debating upward through the day and night. Give yourselves a round of applause because you are growing stronger for this cause. Is there going to be a renaissance soon in St. Thomas?
Is there a renaissance?
Is there a renaissance in St. Thomas?
Yes.
And are you an ambassador for that renaissance?
Yes.
Will you remain in the cause?
Yes.
The region of care is here to support you. Thank you.
Very well said, Mr. Grant, the educator, reminding us that Region 2 is a region of care. Just to remind everyone who is here, sorry viewers online, but to tell you all that refreshment is being provided to our right, free refreshment courtesy of our sponsor, Derman Trading. You can get drinks and something to eat for everybody here. free, let me repeat it, free, courtesy of Derrimon Trade. Thank you. Prizes time. Ready for your prizes? Where are my debate warriors? You don't want your prizes? Okay. All right, so let's get going. Mr. Grant, invite you to center stage, please, to assist to hand out the medals. So we will begin with our participant medals. And we start with the Academy of Dallas High School. We would like to get a response.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
All right, while we change around the podium, let's begin our presentation of medals to our participants. And as I call your name, can you please give a round of applause for our debaters? Malik Johnson. Matthew, can I get your response, please? Carrie Ann Mitchell. Carrie Ann Mitchell, can I represent you from St. Thomas Clinical Clinic on your behalf, please? Javon Pinnock. Javon Pinnock. Malik, can you collect for your... Oh, sorry. No, sorry.
She's not Mitchell.
Not ready for you yet, Mr. Pinnock. Not ready for you. Savannah Bird, not ready for you. Mr. Pinnock, not ready for you yet. Not ready for you yet. Steve every moment. Savannah, where's Savannah?
Sorry, that's yours? That's yours?
Savannah? No, Savannah, please come to collect your certificate.
I want to take pictures of the person. Your certificate.
Chanel Richards.
That's yours?
Chanel Richards. Christine Holgate. Academy Clark. Renee Charles Scott. Latry Roach. Councillor Disdale Smith will not invite you to do the presentation. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grant, from Region 2. The region of Kerry. Casey and Hedley. Liana Copeland. O'Brien Rose. Christina Smith. Jasmine Mendez. Tiana Howard. Navisha Thompson. Antoine Facey. For the next set of presentations, I invite Mrs. Janet Harrison Cousin to present Thank you, Councillor Disney. Garnet Nelson. the next round of presentations, I invite branch sales representative at First Heritage County Credit Union. Thank you, Mrs. Harris. Ms. Adrian Lindo. Dylan Davis.
Shake the right hand and out to the left. The right hand to our right. Right.
Shaquela Gordon. The best debater for the finals match, Shaquela Gordon. All the debate warriors who just received a certificate, can you please come to the podium? All debate warriors, thank you, Miss Lindo. Debate warriors who receive a certificate. Debate warriors to the podium, please. Mark Bay High School students. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our future generation. Seaport High School. Thank you, Matthew. Oh, Matthew, no.
Good. Which school are you from, sir? Pioneer School.
Debate warriors of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate Competition.
Hey guys, listen up. The person that can't see that goes in front of the person's neck, that means too short, step to the front. If you're in the back, you're looking at somebody's head,
And St. Thomas Technical High School, you need to come over somewhere. Darnett, come to the front, please.
There you go.
Savannah Burke, come to the front, please. Center up front.
Much better.
Ladies and gentlemen, please applaud the students of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate Competition for 2024. Chanel, smile. Christina, best debater, semi-finals match, smile.
One more.
Debate warriors, let me hear you roar.
Look right. Everybody look right here. Right here for me, please.
Malik, look to camera, please. This is the future, not only St. Thomas, but the world. Look out for them, remember their names. Thank you so much, debate warriors. Clap them, please. And now I invite to assist to present awards, Mr. David Brown from the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, Mrs. Andrea Aldred Pinot. She worked hard on the top of her. Always be prepared for action. Always be prepared for action. And she's wearing school colors. Mr. Liebert Simpson from Robert Lightworth High School. Also from Portland, Mr. Javon Pinnock. Prepare the students. And from the Carpathian Nation, Mr. Lincoln Beckford. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the debate coaches of the Paul Bogle and the Warrior Debate Competition 2024. And earlier someone mentioned that it was because of her efforts why he gained grade 1 CSEC at grade 9. Give it up for Chantal Griffith. Miss Chantal Griffith of the Academy of Yallas High School. And she will also collect for the head of the English department, Mrs. Marsha Buchanan Allen, who couldn't be with us today. And from the Purple Pride Nation, we invite please help me to sing happy birthday to Mrs. Althea Simpson of the winning school. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mrs. Simpson. Happy birthday to you. Of the champion school for 2024. And also from the champion school, we invite Mrs. Pennant Miller. Mrs. Pennant Miller. Mrs. Pennant Miller. And she's wearing pink, raising awareness for breast cancer. coaches would have spent tireless nights. Sometimes when I wake up, I get messages at 2 a.m. After 4 in the morning, the debate coaches were up trying to assist with the students. And may I just add that Seaport High School is still on a shift system, Mr. Grant. So they had to manage carefully in order to participate in this competition. All right, we go back to the Academy of Yallas High School, please. Ms. Shanta Griffiths, if you could ask one of your male students to collect for Mr. Allison, Mr. O'Neill Allison. And we're sticking with the Academy of Yallas High School, Miss Shireen Williams. Collecting on behalf of her astute debate coach, Miss Shireen Williams. And last but certainly not least, please make welcome from Seaford High School, Mr. Anthony X. Give it up for Mr. X, the male teacher on the debate squad from Seaford High School. So those certificates were for the debate training that the students and teachers would have participated. Thank you, Mr. Brown, thank you. Would have participated in collaboration with Jay and the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation. And now, we move on to the trophies. Travis, my partner from the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation. And now we move on to the trophies for the best debaters. Johnny Stewart representing Jay. Could you please assist to present the trophy? We apologize for the absence of Jeremy Barrett, Executive Director and Founder of the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment. Unfortunately, he could not be here with us, but he sent his regards. We would like to show you some Best debaters, starting with Purple Pride of the East, Shaquela Garden. But Talawa, just like Jamaica, just like her parish. Liana Copeland from Seaford High School. Make your way to the podium. Timoya Lowe from Conroe High School. Best debaters, please do not go too far. You have more prizes to receive. And also, give it up for Miss Foster from the Academy of Yallas High School. Also make welcome Christina Wheeler from Margaret High School. Next up we have Tommy K. Palmer. Best debaters, could you please make your way back to the podium? Shaquela Gordon, Leanna Copeland. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Shaquela Gordon, Leanna Copeland. I now invite to the podium Mr. Ricardo Skyers, beverage manager at Dermont Trading, to present gift baskets of groceries to the best debaters. Oh, you want to take a picture first with your children?
We thought that was the plan.
Oh, you weren't expecting more prizes? So Shaquela, Liana, Timoya, Sidania, Christina, Tommy K. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the best debaters of the 2024 Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate Competition. Shaquela Gordon.
Sir. Sir.
Don't go too far. We want a good photo. Don't go too far. Christina Wheeler.
Kind of heavy.
You're strong. You're warriors. You're strong. Now, Johnny, I will for a good photo, please. Liana Copeland. Miss Foster. Miss Lowe. Miss Lowe.
Come on.
Miss Lowe. Gift basket of groceries courtesy of Dermont Trading and Miss Palmer from their select line of food. Okay, group photo please. Give it up for our best debaters. Group photo. On either side. Mr. Scar, you may stand on this end.
Which school are you from?
Closer, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the better than that man. Give a round of applause for the best debaters. Okay, and now we will invite debate coaches to receive also a gift bag from Dermont Trading. So give it up for Mrs. Andrea Aldred Pinnock from Harrow High School. Mrs. Virginia Morgan from Seaport High School. of goodies, courtesy of Durman Trading. And for the birthday lady, Mrs. Althea Simpson. From the Caribbean nation, Mr. Lincoln Beck. Oh, Mrs. Simpson first. Mrs. Simpson. Mr. Lincoln Beckford from the Caribbean nation. Miss Samantha Jackson from the St. Thomas Technical High School.
This way.
I'll give it.
And give it up for Mr. Liebert Simpson from the Robert Lightworth High School. Last but not least, the lady from the School of Champions, Miss Shanta Griffiths from the Academy of Dallas High School.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Stiles from Durman Trading, beverage manager with fresh water. And now we move on to the third place prizes. So give it up for the school from Portland, Happy Grove High School. Mrs. Janet Harrison Cousins. They will receive their medal as well as plaque. The squad is 5. Mrs. Aldred Pinnock. McKelmy.
Let me get the three.
Christine.
You have three for the team.
Okay. No, we have plaques for each member of the squad. Christine, do we have Christine? Mrs. Pinnock? Okay.
In the interest of time.
Oh, let's go back to this one.
We have Ajani. We have Ajani. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the third place winners of the 2024 Paul Bogle Warrior Debate Competition. Just do our group and you get a medal. Everyone just come. So already got individual quotas for your individual prizes. Ladies and gentlemen, continue the applause, please. Second place winners, Marble High School, please get ready. A debate squad consists of 5 members. Even though only 3 students present, the other 2 members fill in as reserve and also assist with research, which is a critical component of debating.
Okay.
So each member of the squad is awarded. Thank you so much. 3rd place winners, Happy Grove High School. And now make welcome the 2nd place winners, Mark Bay High School, who will each receive a medal of participation as well as wireless earbuds.
Mark Bay.
Come on, guys. Next person. Right here.
And the winning school, Robert Lightburn High School, to collect your medals and tablets courtesy of Bashi Kemilani Foundation.
Next question.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the champion school. Champion. Tablets for each squad member, courtesy of Bashi Kemlani Foundation from Royal Computers. Purple Pride of the East, Robert Lightburn High School, winners! 2024 Bogle and the Royal Bay Competition. Thank you. Don't leave Mrs. Harrison Cosmo. Photo finish. And now we invite And now we invite to the podium from Mark Bay High School, Christina Wheeler. All right, also to the podium, Tommy K. Palmer. Tommy K. Palmer. Also to the podium, Savannah Burke. Also to the podium, Liana Copeland. Christina Wheeler, Tommy K. Palmer, Savannah Burke, and Liana Copeland. Someone is gone? No, someone can't stand in front of her. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the winners of the paid for courtesy of Fortis Biometrics from Tampa, USA, all paid for their CSEC English exams. Christina Wheeler, Tommy K. Palmer, Savannah Burke, and Liana Copeland. Christina Wheeler of Mark Bay High School, Tommy K. Palmer, Happy Grove High School, Savannah Burke of Mark Bay High School, and Liana Copeland of Seaford High School. Their CSEC English will be paid for. Savannah! Top debaters of the 2024 Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate Competition. Courtesy of Fortis Biometrics from Tampa, USA. Thank you so much, Christina Wheeler, Tommy K. Palmer, Savannah Burke, and Liana Copeland. Start studying. Those students were selected based on the scores for each match that they participated in throughout the rounds of the competition. And now we would like to invite to the podium Timoya Lowe from Happy Grove High School. Omaria Burke from Mark Bay High School. Shaquela Garden of Robert Blackburn High School. Three, Travis, three. Yes. Timoya Lowe of Happy Grove High School. Queen Wave, please. Omaria Burke of Mark Bay High School. Go Panther. You can nod, Omario. And Shaquela Garden of Robert Blackburn High School. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Paul Bogle and the Warriors and overseas trade. And now for our, thank you, Naja. Tears of joy, tears of joy. Yes. Daniel did say that debating open doors. And your voice can be a vehicle, and your voice can be your visa. Continue to debate. Paul Bogle and the Warriors ambassadors, you will be in Washington, D.C. And now we invite to the podium Mrs. Andrea Aldred Pinnock. Mrs. Althea Simpson. Our top debate coaches for the 2024 Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition each will receive a gift certificate from Beauty Matters Salon and Spa. And for the championship trophy, Purple Pride. Thank you, Mrs. Harrison. I now invite to the podium Miss Gagan Lindo from First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union and Mr. David Brown from the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport. Please make them feel welcome. Purple. 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 The champions of the 2024 Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. Nikuma Ranessa. Nikuma Ranessa Shakwela and Delan, yes. The teachers too, please. Mr. Simpson and Mrs. Simpson. To present the championship trophy to the winning school of the 2024 Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. Robert Lightburn High School from Trinityville, St. Thomas. And they will get to keep the trophy for 1 year. And the bragging rights. So ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our event for the 2024 Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. We will come back in 2025 for a bigger and better 5 years of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors debate competition. I just want to say a quick thank you to our sponsors, First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union. Yes, applause. German Trading. Refresh Water. Fen pleasure, along with my colleagues at the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation. Travis, join me up here, please. And Mrs. Janet Harrison Cousin. Our President Martin Edwards, who could not be school students, our President Martin Edwards, who could not be present with us today, and Mr. Hilbert Robinson, who was here earlier, but had to leave. From our team at the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation, we want to say thank you to the debate coaches, to the schools, to the sponsors, to our partner, valued partner, Najani. Join us up here. Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment. The weeks of training, the late evenings going training, the hours of planning. From our team, we want to say thank you. Thank you. Travis?
See you all next year.
Yeah. Yes. So from the St. Thomas Renaissance Foundation and the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment, we want to say thank you for supporting the 2024 staging of the Paul Bogle and the Warriors Debate Competition. See you in 2025.
Yeah, man.